All right, test, test. All right, I'm back. Pretty much any day we can get promoted. Just need to have a streak of games where we're just not pooping the bed. They get comfortable. Ooh. The worst part about getting older is just not having as much free time to do stuff anymore. All right, so hmm. All right, so what I'm doing here is I see I have one guy and he's two guys, one guy, you know. So I'll click a mineral patch that has one guy. I'll put this guy here. Maybe grab a little bit of minerals here. I see where I rallied, you know. Make sure everybody looks looking good. Looks like this guy's gonna perfectly set himself. Pick another spot. Go across the map. Hit that chrono boost. This guy will be off a little bit, so fix him. Then we'll just kind of hope that this guy aligns properly. Looks like it's not. So we'll pull him back a little bit and go like this. Everybody's all perfectly saturated. We got twos everywhere. There's no triple stacks. Looks like a normally good spawning pool. Looks like a normal gas timing. Normal pool timing. Let's take a little bit of minerals here. Go ahead and make that here. Keep an eye on that third base. I feel like Zergs probably should veto this map because there's not like, if I'm sitting over here blocking this third, there's not really a good alternate third for them to take, you know? In fact, this might be a good map to just pylon block this one. There's not really a whole lot they can probably do about it. So. Okay. So. Looks like we'll get I'm not 100% sure if sacrificing that pylon was worth it or not. Maybe. Hard to say. I'm probably going to take this one. He's not poking the front here with the Zerglings. Yeah, I'll go for the blink this game. The key probe timings is like 37, remember? A little bit greedy by not having the shield battery at the front. We'll warp in a lot more stalkers here. Couple guys here to keep with that gas. I want to keep that I want to get our army supply as high as possible. I want to try and get this blink before we engage, so that way if we do get surrounded by a bunch of lings, we can hopefully escape. No, we're gonna need to put a lot of pressure before he gets too many units. To defend. It's like he is sacrificing that base. Maybe not. No. We gotta stand and fight and blink, because we need to trade. Keep warping in. I think this is gonna be a win. Alright, I need to pause for a moment. Somebody was knocking at my door. Alright, I'm back. So there's a pretty good example of that build working pretty effectively. Like the kind of the 2-base Blinkstock ReLean is a build that can win as easily as it loses. And it really just relies on the opponent not being really prepared for it. Psych. I think Psych is a Grandmaster. Grandmaster Zerg. I don't know why he left, but is he like D-ranking for some reason? So if we just play well, we'll easily get to Masters 1. If we don't play well, we'll end up where we started. But, you know, so far, we have one good win and a free win. Ideally, I would like to have all my games be not free wins for the purpose of the video. So, when I'm playing normally, I'll take all the free wins. You can free win me to the top of Grandmaster, I'll still be happy. I won't call myself rank 1 Grandmaster, but still be nice. Shi Huanyi. Hopefully you guys are doing good tonight. Hopefully the relaxing music, if you can hear it at all, sounds alright. Let me know if anyone's in chat if the music is too quiet or if you want it louder. I think in PvT, I'm just gonna play just like a defensive Colossus style. I'm not gonna do anything super crazy. Let's go like, you know, Blinkstalker Colossus. Blinkstalkers to deal with the Medevac, Widow Mine stuff. And then to just Colossus. I think we'll just play like a pretty safe standard style. Max out with, I guess, Colossus Disruptor and try to win the game from there. Oops. So we can't get into his base. Alright, it's probably a Reaper. See if we can hide somewhere. It's always hard to find a good hiding spot. We'll go with the Adept, because the Adept can defend Reapers, but also can kind of shade across the map, get some vision. It's a little bit gas cheaper. Kind of get our Twilight faster if we wanted to. Also let us get our Robo a little bit faster. Ideally, I usually put this wall up here, but I don't know why I put it over there this time around. So one thing we just care about is any expansions? No? So maybe we'll just go for DT. And we'll throw this guy over here to scout. DT can be slightly decent idea against a kind of a one base. That was a pretty good attack from him. A little bit too slow on this one. Almost certainly he saw the DT, so we'll just make one. Send it across the map. If he does have a plan to like one base, it should be a little bit more delayed, which should be good to buy us time, and we have the ability for Archon Tech. We have charge finished, which is good. Okay, interesting, not bad. We see a Banshee. I get some good stuff going. We'll delay our upgrade just a tiny bit. Ooh, maybe a little too greedy on my part. Just push out. To keep the Raven alive. Which is good for him. Need to take out that shield battery. Right now I'm not going for range, or I guess I'll go for it now, but I was not going for range originally because I just want to get some other stuff going. Need to get up to a lot of gateways. Oh, he's kind of distracted here. We'll just kind of go here. He's continuing to make more Banshees. Kind of an interesting. He's gonna try to go for like air. Yeah, just get one dude here. Oh man. Gonna make more. Yep, batteries. So his army composition is a little interesting. I think he might be going mech, but we'll eventually maybe be able to confirm that. I don't really feel too pressing of a need to go for disruptors. Three guys over here. Alright, now let's see if we can get an idea of what his armor looks like. If I hide my army from scans. He's definitely scanning a lot, so that makes me a little bit more thinking he's spamming out command centers, trying to go for the mech play. And the Colossi are doing pretty good. Alright, well, it's not mech, which is great. I doubt he'll be making any more Banshees. Oh, damn. Man, I don't have any. He snuck past. I don't have any ability to recall. Got Mr. Doomdropper over here, which is a pretty good move from him. Killed a lot of probes. Still killing a lot of probes. Blah. Damn, that is quite a bit of scan he's got. Oh, damn. Wasn't watching. Okay, cool again. Yeah, not having energy for the recall. He had that's technically an easy win for us, because he was just making really poor army composition. But he had a good move. He did the Terran thing where he stims up the middle and uses that insane amount of damage to just wipe out your economy. And then an EMP to EMP is like a little bit too good, because it does instantly 50% of your army's health and damage, like instantly, and disables all or knocks out a whole bunch of mana at the same time. I feel like EMP definitely should, the first hit, if there's shields, should wipe out the shields. Second hit should wipe out mana. It's a little too good to have one EMP wipe out a whole bunch of shields and the mana at the same time. The argument that well, Storm kills stuff, EMP doesn't kill anything, it's not a good argument at all. Like, Storm barely kills anything. You need like multiple storms to kill even Marines. And Marines are way more expendable. Like, the game is ended
or games are decided not by whether or not you lost a couple Marines to storms. Games are decided by like the major fight and being able to like instantly knock out half your opponent's army's hit points during like a big fight. It's just way better. It's so good that you know, I'd be more than happy to give Storm to the Terran for them to not have EMP. You know, it's only Terrans that believe Storm is actually strong. So, and we see the expansion. See the SCV leaving the base. He's not over here. He's not over here. Right. Probes are defended, so they can send them mine. Alright. Now we'll go for the more traditional Bling Stalker. I went charge first last time, mostly because I wasn't sure if it was a 2-base all-in or not. Going DTs as a response to 1 base is pretty good, but if they don't go 1 base, it's kind of meh. Get at least a second good observer. Start warping stalkers. As the Widow Mine drop could be coming right about now. Keep an eye on the minimap. Anytime they send their Reaper in, it could be a decoy to send the Reaper into the main, and then you want to be looking down here because they could be sending. Oh my god, it's clicked. They could be sending in their stuff elsewhere. I mean, they could be sending their. Alright, cool. We survived. Escape this way so we know what to expect over here. And we definitely escaped. Alright, but we know what's up. Now we want to get to important to get up to as many gateways as possible before their push comes. Typically 6 to 8. We'll try to get up to that many before we drop any probes or any pylons. We also have this guy coming. Want to send this one maybe a little bit over here. Get a couple sentries. We want to hold the push first before we go and invest in the upgrades. Maybe send a probe on the map somewhere. He did skip his Widow Mine drop, so he will probably have more tanks than normal. We go on macro. Don't see any expansion over here. I guess we'll send, take the watchtower, take the other watchtower. No, misclicked. No expansion over here either. And this looks like mech. Okay. We can hit him maybe from this side. Pull back. Oh, we lost one Colossus on the way out. Damn. Damn. Those tanks really took out. Those tanks really took out the Colossus super fast. Alright, well, we're not gonna go for the Colossi. Oof. These blue flame hellions are pretty strong. Oof. Okay, good game. Technically, we had the right army to hold that. Just needed to spread out a little bit more. Just kind of moving through the front and losing that one Colossus on the side. Just needed to spread out our army a little bit better. So I think I should just kind of pull back, like force the siege, pull back the main army, buy some time, and then kind of do more of a surround attack. But we had just taken a little bit too much splash damage. So much about it. But that's kind of an interesting composition. I don't have a lot of experience. Usually they don't make like blue flame hellions, hellbats with that. so the zealots usually do pretty well. But just way too much AoE with the blue flame and the tanks. Like, one tank volley annihilated 2 colossi. I probably really shouldn't have done that. That just tells me I need to spread the colossi out a little bit. And we probably engaged a little bit too early. I probably could have kept the main army back a little longer and used the colossi to just put some damage on. Put some damage on the Alright, well, it does look like Terran. Put some damage on the Hellbats or whatever. It's a little bit too eager to attack that Terran army. Most of the time when someone is pushing you and you just kind of die to the push, as long as your build order isn't really messed up too much, and you have decent macro and warpins, like we'll say like at least 8 out of 10 times the reason you died to it, it's because maybe you attacked a little bit too early, or you attacked in a poor position, right? Like maybe you should have like pincer attacked or waited a little bit longer. That's usually the answer. Keep an eye on the mini map. There's nothing else for us to be looking at. No reason to be looking at our probes. That way we can kind of see if a probe passes our probe. It'd be like an early indicator of a potential cannon rush. Because usually they try to send their workers on the optimal path. They don't usually try to like skirt around too much. Some might, but most of the time it's not what's going to be happening. This isn't really... this really shouldn't work. So we'll just kind of play normal and we'll just kind of do a 3-gate push. Make the cybercore as late as possible for him. Let's see what his tech is. He's chrono boosting some units. That should be a pretty easy win. We could go like Blink as a follow-up or Robo. Maybe like a 4th gateway. Drain some shield battery energy. The only thing we technically would be have any amount of fear of would be like a robo, but we don't see any quick robos. Oh man. Just gotta build up enough stuff. Alright. Ideally, wouldn't want to be losing stalkers, but we should have enough to kill the immortal. It's one immortal down. Weak guys to the back, strong guys to the front. Ooh, it's gonna be tough. Ugh. I'm surprised. Oh well. I guess we accidentally lost a little too much, huh? Or should have taken out the immortals a little bit quicker. Does he have a shield battery over here? Ooh. Alright, cool. Good game. Looks like I made a mistake. We weren't aggressive enough in our micro, in our attack. So should have been a little bit more aggressive against the immortal, and that's all. It took a little bit too long. Because having like the two immortals out at the same time makes it a little bit hard. But that's just kind of our mistake. Because either need to dive a little harder, or you dive less hard and you build up more army. It is a little surprising with how late his robo was. He didn't even slam it down. I guess technically he slammed it down right away, but his cyber was pretty late. So realistically, we should have been able to win that one. Well, a little bit of micro mistakes, I guess. A little too confident. That's probably at least a healthy amount of my losses come from just being a little bit too confident and not trying hard enough. And then being kind of proven wrong. Maybe you too. It's like, you know, you're pretty confident that I should win this one, and then all of a sudden it's like, alright, well. Maybe I shouldn't have been too relaxed. When doing kind of like those kind of all-ins, it's really important to know what to attack and when to attack it. Like when to dive, when not to dive, what to look for. Kind of build that skill. You just have to do that response a lot. Watch how like pro players do it. Watch how other people do it. Practice it. Be willing to lose a lot. Figure out what works and doesn't work. I'm a little glad that it's not a 12 pool. I wasn't paying attention too much and my gateway is late. In PvZ, your gateway being late only matters as much as like you're not being cheesed. Yeah, because we don't build our cyber core right away anyway, because we get that probe. So even though your gateway's a little bit late, the cyber core is, you know, as long as it's not too late, your cyber core usually be on time. Gonna come and scout me, huh? Alright, we got that expansion scout timing. Kill that guy. With that, the chrono boost, so in case some more Zerglings come in. A little bit slower of a Stargate. That is intentional. See if we can get on the other side of this, and if he's not watching, push it away. A little bit of damage on that guy. Kind of the anti-Baneling wall up. I guess we'll play like maybe a little bit of a simpler style. Look for like maybe what kind of Showtime does. Just want to get see if we can get a little bit of a scout of some timings. Not to donate too much to the opponent as far as all damage is concerned. Let's try and get like 1 or 2 drones. I don't know this build order super well, so we're just kind of making things up as we go. You know, roughly the army composition we want is like charge lot, archons, stuff like that. Immortals. Couple drones here and there. Make all the difference. Want to keep an eye on how many bases he's got. Not too many. I'm not going to waste a chrono on this one because we don't really have the money yet to use it. Some damage where we can. I think he just really wants to. Over here like this. And these 4 more gateways go up to, hopefully, I think that's 12 gateways. More of these guys. Transfer some of this. Alright, let's see if we can be a little aggressive. Go for that storm. Not bad. I like the attack. Oh my god. I lost a little bit too much army there, but probably okay. Taking out all his bases anyway. Just in case he's going for lurkers. Does he have this base? Put some guys on gas here. Send these guys to mine here. More dudes here. I think maybe it is just too low level. I don't think we played that one very well, but the MMR is too low. The build order is too inefficient. The Hydra drop was pretty good. We weren't looking initially and lost like 10 probes. Could have lost a lot more. So definitely props on him. Very, very creative compared to a lot of other Zergs. Ruins it. Reoccurring villain that runs it. I guess like these streams have kind of stopped being as educational as the earlier playlists, but just right now the main thing you guys are learning is how important build orders are, because majority of the issues I'm running into right now is just that my build orders aren't more build order issues than anything. And control makes up a good, decent portion of it. We'll see what he thinks of this opening. Looks like it's probably not mattering too much, because he has full walling. Your strengths and weaknesses to the wall in the front. Obvious weakness is one base all in type siege tank push. Oof. That would have been nice to have oh damn it, what the hell am I doing? Get over here. At least we killed it. Alright, well. Not too great. Try the DT defense again. Especially since that Reaper died. It's not the greatest if you were to go for kill Widow Boys. We did take a decent amount of economic damage. Looks like you made that in the main. Okay, not too bad. I wonder if like a charge slot timing could be good. That is a interesting question. I'll put this here so we can see any move outs if we haven't missed one yet. Missed the move out yet. Another that's quite a bit of scans that's being used. He does have 1-1, damn. I use quite a bit of scans, so not sure if that how good that is for me or not. It's definitely probably better to not go for blink and just kind of hard commit to this army. Maybe you can go for like Archons, but it is hard to say. How did he? That's unfortunate. Scanner got both of those guys. Pretty good. At seeing. Here low. And he is going for the GG Ghost. I thought I made more gateways, but apparently not. Been waiting this whole time for gateways that I thought I made. I didn't actually make. He's got 2-2. Oh shit, don't even have my army. The High Templars were making it very difficult for me to use Guardian Shield right there. Oops, alright. He got me because I thought I'd warped in more gateways, but I didn't. So I was waiting on my gateways to finish to spend my money. I wasn't able to spend my money because I was imagining gateways manifesting in my base. So I was just seeing things, or brain's not working too well. I could have swore I made gateways a little bit sooner. And then obviously when he attacked, the High Templar in focus, so I kept trying to make shield batteries, and I was unable to. So Big Daddy, I've played this guy before. He's no stranger to the cannon rush. I do see early scout. Definitely a scout before gas. Okay. He's probably transitioning. Oof. No way if he gets out of there. Not bad. Oh my god. Got all this stuff going on. Get it? Yeah, we got it. Go into like a normal PvP opener. I'd imagine we're maybe a little bit behind, just because we pulled so hard, but we'll just kind of see how it goes. Go for double sentry to allow our minerals to build up. Take this expansion. We'll drop this. We'll drop shield battery, and then we'll go check on his expansion. Check, see what he's got going on over there. We can also play the adept game. Oh, for them DTs. I kind of wanted to cancel that, but doesn't look like he had a warp prism. So shouldn't be too big. Too bad. Take a look. You could be trying to go for a Archon charge that follow up, so we don't expand too quickly. Sending this guy out there to take a look at his expansions. Want to make sure we got enough gateways. Now he's taking an expansion over here. He is going for the Arc Convoy. check for pylons. Looks like he's really defending that base pretty hard. Since he's committing so hard to the defense of that base, we'll just go ahead and take another forward base. So since he's playing the defensive role, we'll play a little bit more greedy one because all of these, his army is pretty tiny. So he can't really attack us too hard. We'll just make sure we go up to something that we can defend. We keep an eye on his army. Get our gateway counts up. Make sure our macro is still pretty rock solid. He's taking this base a little bit slower than us, which is good because that will give us an attack timing or something to attack. When we warp in gateways now because we're building army with archons. Get these upgrades here, get a war prism ready. Sure we have plenty of warp in infrastructure. We gotta be careful, like he could try to do like a pseudo base trade where he kind of warps in DTs to attack our bases right as we move out. And I have a little bit of this here. He is heavily defending this. So we'll just use our blink stalkers to do most of the attacking. See if we can get some good trades. Go for these upgrades. Oof, this is not a great attack from us. Oof, that was pretty tough. I don't know if we have to start going into like air. It. This is a very tough map to get some stuff done on. I think maybe just 3 Stargates should be fine. No. I don't even have charge. What the heck? Alright, well. So he's got Bastos. He's got disruptors, so we have to be careful. We killed his DTs if I make our own. Not having charge really does suck. Yeah, we kind of messed up without having the charge. Made our warp in. Alright, cool. Can't believe I forgot to get charge. Can't believe charge wasn't done at that time. Because when we had to warp in the reinforcements of zealots to kind of push back his army, they couldn't. The zealots couldn't charge and spread out, so he had a good disruptor shot onto a few of them. And then we warped into his base. Didn't get the charge lots to do much. I think we're doing really well up until the point where we failed the charge. And then I forgot that I could make phoenixes. So while the carriers are being built, should have made 6 phoenixes before the fleet beacon was finished. So we could add 6 phoenixes as well to pick up the disruptors, which would have made that hold a lot stronger. So we would have picked up the phoenixes, or not picked phoenixes, we would have picked up the disruptors, and then we would have held pretty powerfully. Oh man, accidentally brought a boost. Too busy trying to think about what we could have done better that last game. So because I Chrono boosted, technically my mineral income should maybe be a little higher earlier. I wonder how much like overall minerals do I lose from Chrono boosting a little bit earlier like that? If any. Be interesting to see the math on that. Alright, we'll try and fix this guy. Knowing build timing is also important because then you can kind of gauge how bad some of your mistakes might have been. So right now, I don't really know. I don't really remember what my Nexus timing should be. I don't know if this was still on time. I don't know if this is earlier or not. We might be able to kind of feel it out based on um, our gas timing. So typically at like 100 gas is kind of when these two finish, you know? So I could say like maybe a couple seconds late. So maybe not too horrible. Oh yeah. I was gonna go Stargate, but I changed my mind at the last minute. Ooh, that's not great. Alright, well. Nice. Unlikely to be a Banelean bus at this point, but you never know. Have to pull off. Well, it's not the most optimal version of the build, so. We're past due for the Banelean bus. Like he's not scouting. Nice. Well, he knows it's an all-in now. Definitely seems like he wants to hold it with the full wall. We definitely don't see him. Building drones. Actually, this one. Now the hard part is can we fight the Zerg army? Important we secure at least our economy before we go too ham. After this one comes out, we'll be maybe a little okay to try to attack. So push on the map. Welcome to Zerg. The race with the best macro also has like the best anti-macro. Oh shit, A clicked the Alright, cool with the game. Kind of all sorts of messed up on that build. The early supply block, so I couldn't warp in more. But at least Reddit agrees that the Baneling is the most broken unit ever added to an RTS game. Like, if any race should have the Baneling, I'd be like the Protoss. Do you think about like which races can recover from, which races have the easiest time recovering from massive worker loss? It'd be both Zerg and Terran. Terran only because of the mules. If it wasn't for mules, then they're the ones that probably would deserve the Baneling, but they already have like their own version of the Baneling. Just like the Widowmine. Like if storm drops weren't so expensive, Um, and if disruptor drops weren't so expensive, it wouldn't be too bad. But man, just rolling a couple Banelings into the opponent's base. What happened? Just annihilate 20 probes instantly. Without even microing, like with the disruptor, I have to look at the disruptor. I have to look at and target with the storm. They can just move click the Banelings. Technically, Widow Mines even require more skill because they at least have to burrow the Widow Mines. What happened? Do I not have the internet anymore? You guys still here? I can still go places on the internet. I can't cancel my search. So it looks like, did BattleNet crash? Yeah, let's see. Can I task manager this? StarCraft 2. End task. I wonder what happened. It's the first time I've had that happen to me. Alright, let's see if we can log back in. It was probably a glitch. Glitch in the matrix. I think I'm just gonna, try to play styles I'm more comfortable with. Playing like Chargelet Archon, Immortal, just too not my style. Disruptor wasn't too bad. I like Disruptors a whole lot. Against Zerg. We're playing against Rand. Alright, let's see. Alright, go check out who he is. We can make the right decisions. We'll probe a little bit early to make the gateway. We'll make the gateway before we can make the probe. Just to get the gateway down a little bit quicker. Just in case it is some interesting shenanigans. This Terran. So we're not losing too much economy because he is chasing me with the SCV. I'm tempted to not go into the base. It's a full wall, okay. Oh yeah, bring this guy down. A little bit slow on this. Just kind of hoping it kind of defeats the purpose of getting this really quick if we're a little bit late on the cybernetics core. And the main point the cybernetics core timing is to get that get the unit out a little bit faster so we can defend against the Reaper. Oh, well, it looks like we've completely failed. Because we're supply blocked. But there's no Reaper. This one didn't show up yet. Yeah, we're not going to do the DT response anymore. Because every time we tried it, we've failed. We'll just kind of do what we've done before against one bases and potential one bases, and that is to go charge lot, immortal. I want to chrono boost the heck out of charge because we need to know. I mean, we need charge as soon as possible. Fortunate. I want to get additional gateways out pretty decently. Get this observer out pretty quick. Backup pylon for that gateway. I want to get this immortal out. Here comes the attack. Damn. We need... Just make him get back a little bit. Make sure we kind of get an overwhelming force before we engage, so we take a good enough fight. Immediately expand. Send this across the map. Keep going go for the warp prism, so we can maybe do some counter harassment. Guess we'll go for storm. Guess we'll do that kind of the storm immortal charge lot here. The reason we immediately expand is because there's going to be a delay between the next time he attacks. Uh, it's just easier to hold with Charge Lot Immortal. DTs are fun though, they can win. But DTs are better against better players. Because better players actually use mules and they don't save up a bunch of scans because their macro is bad. Against lower rated players, like they'll have like 50 energy because they're doing a really poor all in, and they'll accidentally be able to defend your DTs like and have like a billion scans. Oh man, come on. So maybe we'll save the DT defense against people who are like 5k plus, where they're less likely to accidentally or intentionally save up scans for no particular reason. A lot of times when you're ever wondering like, well, if strategy A works so well, why would you ever do strategy B? And the real answer is just, it can be fun to mix things up, Like, this is not very good because if I was doing a proxy robo, this is a very big weakness. Right? Oops. So now he's the one kind of baiting me into attacking him. Let's see what his defense of choice is gonna be. So far, he hasn't dropped anything yet. Gonna shield battery in the high ground. Clean out the probes. Ideally, we should be set up pretty well to win. We just have so much more production. Not the greatest micro in the world. Oops. Not the greatest micro on the planet, but, you know. A lot of times versus if they go robo defense when you're going robo defense or offense, you can sometimes go disruptor. Like typically it's usually recommended to go immortal adept against immortal, and then you can try to sneak out some disruptors as well, because the depths are a lot cheaper. So I expect he's going to also go for the 1 gate expand. He'll probably do whatever here. It was probably a little early. I wonder if he knows how to defend against proxy void ray with it. Oh, nope. Still doing this. Okay. Not quite what I expected, but it'll do. It is a ramp map, so at least he's got that going for him. It'd be a little bit easier to defend. And once again, he's going for it. The explosion. The safest way to handle this without just trying to kill him, just keep making probes. I'll just go for proxy Stargate. Ideally, you'd want a faster Stargate, but you know, it's fine. He didn't bother to block. With expansions, the thing that matters the most is probes. You know, like if he doesn't have enough probes to make a meaningful amount of damage, I mean meaningful, or if he doesn't have enough probes to like have that economy. Or if he doesn't have enough probes to make use of his two bases, you don't really need to worry too much about it. I said it. That was it. See if the Phoenix can distract him a little bit. Nice. Good job from him. He definitely got good damage with that. He doesn't have quite too much there yet. No attack upgrades, but he is kind of bolstering his army a little bit. Need at least one more. That probe hole was entirely accidental, but it was a pretty Chad move, we'll say. I'll just kind of wait for that to wear off. I don't really probably technically need charge. A little easy, but Pretty sloppy by me. Oh man, this is a best of 5. Is he tilting? We won 2 games against him with technically pretty poor micro. Like maybe barely master. Yeah, it's Masters 1 micro. Yes, technically. It really likes the Ansel into guess we can bring this guy back. Doesn't look like he's gonna do anything strange. Nope. I should still just have proxied on the map just to be safe, but just to play with him a little more, but you know, it is what it is. He'll probably sneak one. I might try to trap me in my base. Better to kind of pull one early if they're hovering around like that, because a lot of times they will try to trap you in your base. Kind of like this. Unless I finish, I'm just going to build the shield battery. We let ours finish too. Yeah, but we are technically up a probe. Possibly up more. It'll be interesting to see what his deck of choice might be. I'm gonna go with the Robo instead of Twilight Forge, just to be safe against potential of ETs. Let's see if we can scout what he's all about. We definitely want to warp in at least one with the supply block. Be a little bit stronger against, you know, any kind of BS. Really do want to see what he's got going on, so a nice staging pylon for future stuff. Oh shit, you know, he's definitely not allowing us to scout. It does seem like the kind of guy that would go for really fast blink. Donating more stuff to us. up to at least 4 gateways. Yep, he definitely has the blink. Now our blink will finish shortly. Take that expansion. See if he took his. Definitely has one coming. Send these guys on the long path to success. We don't quite know if he has. Could be going for the DT play, so we'll just be a little bit safe here. One more observer. We definitely have the upgrade advantage. Oops, did not want to kind of boost that. These guys hidden. He hasn't really been scouting me a lot, so we'll make the DT shrine. Then we want to go up. We're on 3 bases, so we need to go up to at least 8 gateways by now. So that's 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. A big mistake that can be made. I think you saw it. For a lot of people, is they keep trying to take bases on not enough gateways. So when they take like this base, they can't defend it. I guess we'll get charge. We'll go for plus 3 attack. We'll see if he's going for disruptors or not. But as long as we have plus upgrades, we are technically massively ahead. Anything scary would be if he's going for like a lot of disruptors. He's going for double upgrades to try and catch back up. He's making cannons. We'll go and get this.
Then with our extra minerals, we'll put on 4 more gateways. That way we can have an advantage in any kind of warp-in battles. He's done a good job putting these pylons in the map. Since we have the attack advantage, we need to use it. So we're gonna try and max out right now and attack him. Make a lot of pylons in this base. It's a little bit risky, but that was a massive attack from us. Alright, well, technically, it's not. I don't know if this tech is good for us or not. It's looking pretty good. We need to make an observer just in case he does try to defend with DTs. We were so far ahead that we could technically throw our DTs away, and it didn't matter. So, probably the smartest play would have been to maybe send the DTs around the bottom, and then when we kind of push through the middle, we could dive the DTs onto his 4th base, crush that, run away, and then maybe morph them into Archons or something, or just keep them around as a hit squad. Because he doesn't really know how big our army is until like the DTs jump on him. But we had some. Just having like that +3 attack. Since he was going for double forge, we really needed to take advantage of the fact that we had +3 attack. Like technically we could have like 3 base or 4 base all in him. I don't know if I was on 4 or more, but just because we had the advantage. And then the longer the game goes, that advantage is going to disappear, especially when he's on double forge, because eventually he'll catch up, and it's better just to try and capitalize and bully the opponent around when you have like that kind of upgrade advantage. Because once your army is large enough, it doesn't matter if they have a bigger army than you. Like if I have 150 supply with a 2-0 and you have a 200 supply army or 200 supply with 0-0, I can fight that. Right? I have enough stalkers, or I have enough of an army to last long enough for that damage to really start snowballing. But obviously if your army is too small and dies too quickly, then that
attack advantage becomes less. Now, if there wasn't a supply cap, as long as you have enough of a supply lead against the opponent, then it's usually not too bad to not have upgrades. But as soon as like you're unable to maintain a certain level of supply advantage to your opponent, then the upgrades start scaling more. And like the closer I am to max with upgrades, the more advantage I gain. Even if you can like somehow warp in, you know, a lot more stuff than me. It has to be like a certain amount more. It can't just be like a little bit more. Okay. And that's kind of true of anything. Like you need to have either a significant technical advantage to compensate for your lack of upgrades, or you need to have an army size advantage, you know, to kind of equalize. I think that kind of makes sense, right? You know, like we both have the same army supply, but I got more upgrades. I should probably win that fight, right? What do we see? We don't see a whole lot over here. We see kind of this going on, so we can only be a tiny bit greedy. No. Did we win against this guy last time? I don't remember. But we definitely want to get up to 4 gateways pretty quickly. 4 gateways is kind of like your one base amount of production. So if you're ever wondering why, you know, people are like, oh, I need to get up to X amount of gateways, that's why, right? Alright, looks like he did go for expansion. I wonder if we can just like immortal charge that all in him. Maybe that's something we'll kind of shoot for, given like this wonky weird opening of his. I'll put this guy here, put these guys over here. We have enough stuff. This will be kind of like that build that we had done before for a while to get into the Masters League. One, two, three. Oh, he went for an expansion. I think our build should technically, what, auto win against that? Maybe?
he's coming this way and we're coming that way. That's kind of unfortunate for him. Isn't it, huh? Hey, we're starting to pierce into Masters 1. Our bar is almost halfway up. Last few streams, we're teeter-tottering. Now, we're about halfway there. Living without a care. Only 100 MMR and we'll be there. Probably 150 MMR or something like that. Alright, it's this Renzik guy again. With his build that just looks so much like a one base all-in. But it's not. Maybe we'll scout a little bit earlier, see if we can sneak up in that base. No, he always full walls, so chances are we're never gonna get in that base. So scouting really early, unless we're like super zooming across that map to get there like after pylon, probably not even worth it. So we're just gonna be a little bit more greedy with our opener, and go up to 16 minerals before scouting. With this scout timing, if they open up normal, like not one base, you can still get into their base. But this also gives them the most amount of time to wall off, full wall, if they are doing some weird type of play. So keep that in mind. Oh my god, what? Yep. So we'll never know with his opener. I do like his opener. Because we never know if he's going to one base us, so it makes it really good for him to one base us or to do it. Although, the downside is if he doesn't one base us soon, then he's just opening up with an inferior build for no reason, right? It's because he is in a lot of ways training us to kind of expect the one base. I guess we're going to Sentry. Maybe I should open up Sentry first against him. So this will be a slightly slower. Blink. So if he does open up with any kind of fast Widowmine drop, I don't think we can get Blink fast enough to deal with a fast Widowmine drop anyway. So, I mean a one base Widowmine drop. Definitely feeling more and more like a one base. Because of lack of Reaper. Well, we'll risk it and go for the blink. Then we'll send this guy around. Alright, well, it is battle cruisers.
No, is this. It is the Cyclone drop. The build that can murder all your probes really quickly. I need to put 3 guys there, not too many. I think I can overpower him with gateway units. It's always risky to go for the gateway play. Oh yeah, that's right, he went battle cruisers. Right. So I guess I'm gonna go gateway air. Get a couple void rays to deal with the battle cruiser. That's gonna be a really annoying battle cruiser. We'll put one set of stalkers on one hotkey, one set of stalkers on the other hotkey. I want to get at least 2 more. Warp in a bunch. Really wish I could have killed those cyclones, but it'll be at least somewhat important to figure out when we come over to push. Right. All hands on deck. Stalkers on a hotkey. Oh no. Army supply could have been bigger. We cleaned that up pretty well. I guess since we're here, we'll go for this tech. Keep these guys here. Working some stalkers. We'll see if we can do some damage with stalkers across the map. And leave everything else home to defend. It's mostly just see if we can. Because the reason is because stalkers can run away fairly quickly. As long as I don't not watch them.
him going hard into bio is a bit scary. We just need to stay somewhat defensive. Again, these upgrades too. Start peeling off these guys. Wow. What a horrible time to have sent my zealots away. No. Oh well. I guess going for the carriers was the losing move on that one. That was way too many medevacs too. I feel like a medevac for every unit. I think if our army was at our base, we could have used the better overcharge to defend. I think we could have defended that without the zealots. But since our army was up on the ramp, we weren't able to be defended by the shield battery. So peeling the zealots off kind of hurt us too much, and I didn't really see his army on the minimap get into position. So that's technically my fault for not being in a good position, but you know, only Protoss can be punished for not being in a perfect position. So yes, it's my fault, but you know, it's like how often do you see the same thing happen to the other races? Even though they like to kind of complain about it. I see a weird opener. We're on 15 out of 16, so it doesn't bother us too much. I'm gonna go for like a mass adept build. No photo boost up on those guys. Everything's looking pretty good.
It'll be interesting to see how he chooses to defend with this opener of his. I'll just pretend we only have 2 adepts. Wait until we got this fully sorted out. Do you even have a robo? Maybe. That 4th gate up. Did he see the DT? Could have. We'll definitely find out. I've never really done this style before. I'm not sure if there is like a critical timing that I need to be aware of. Or a critical amount of units that I need to be aware of. I do know that I should probably keep, I really need to keep the immortals alive. Looking pretty good. He's not even focus firing the immortals. We just kind of ate the shield battery overcharge too. It is kind of a hard comp to fight against because you can't warp in zealots, like, you know, because the adepts take out the zealots. I guess, like, maybe the best thing to do would be to go for phoenixes, lift up the immortals. Because glaive adepts by themselves can fight stalkers, surprisingly. Stalker's only real advantage against glaive adepts is coming from their micro ability. But like once you have a big ball and you can just kind of sit in their face, then that like ability to micro becomes a little bit harder. Like you're still kind of relying on some really good blink stalker micros and stuff, which I don't know if we saw a whole lot there. This looks like a normal game against Mr. Cancel Everything for a fast expansion, James. Go for a really fast or not really fast, but a somewhat fast blink stalker, James. You know? Against this, really, you really should just proxy Robo. What's he gonna do? A little bit too much. Yes. Always go for one Robo into one, or one Immortal into one Warp Prism. Just getting that Warp Prism out is just way too important. He doesn't even have that expansion. Dude is potentially a genius. But we're gonna try and take out as much of this stuff as we can. Well, what happened to that? Okay. Oh no, okay, I'll supply, but I was waiting for this other. Peek out, blink. We did get the expansion, huh? Hopefully I'm not being too greedy here. We do need to get a shield battery over here. A couple. Marcon should help deal with the zealots. They're slow zealots though. Did we get that observer? We did. One, two, three, four. Keep taking expansions. Guess we can get charge, even though I'm not a big fan of charge myself. Gain upgrades. Wonder what his upgrades are. Let's go see what his expansion is like. He definitely wants to push into me. Doesn't have any upgrades. That's great for me. Might try to do like a run by. Yep. We do have the upgrade advantage. I wish we could get a scout of his base still. Alright, well, we need to get a war prism, maybe one more archon, and we should be able to go hopefully and kill him. He is sacrificing a lot to try to hurt us. It's alright. Wish I could have my I could have a warp in. He doesn't have. Oh, he's got 1/1, so he's starting to go for double upgrades. Nope, it's not what I wanted. Does he have this space? He does not. We don't have to worry too much. Alright. This is not what I wanted. I wanted this one. We're pretty decently ahead. One thing we gotta be careful of is disruptors. think we have enough stuff for a decent transition. So let's see if we can go and trade out a little bit. I do admire that he does try to go ahead and attack, even though it's definitely not working out for him. You're trying to get some damage done. Oops. This has this base. That's not good. Oh my god, why can't I just control my stuff? Oh my god. Why does life suck? Alright, well, we've traded out something. Traded out something. So it can't be... Even though our controls sucked and we accidentally brought our army back and all this other stuff. I guess our army robustness is catching up. Yeah, he's doing all the right stuff. He's not very good at it. Pretty sure I canceled that. So you're just going into like mass blink stalkers. Okay, we'll take these guys here. Looks like he's trying to pick me off and pick me apart. It's not too bad. I guess I'm making this game more boring than it has to be. Way too many guys. But okay, we'll kind of win after this next max here. I really don't think he can handle it. I think our army quality is just too high, so the only real chance he has is like a base trade. Yeah, base trade. I gotta just keep my army together and he can't get on top. Leave some hold positions. Warp in here. Warp in here. Like these immortals under our carriers are just wrecking. Like stalkers are good, but at some point you need to, like if I'm tech into late game, gotta tech to late game. You either have to get like Tempest or Disruptors, right? So that way your Disruptors can take out the Immortals. Because that's technically a weakness of mine, is that I don't usually go for Disruptors. And on these ladder maps, I think it's a little bit probably harder to defend against Disruptors because it's hard, like there's a lot of narrow paths. It's harder to surround and spread out. Because before, you know, like on certain maps, you can fight against Disruptors without Disruptors if you can have like if you can spread your army out and push forward. But on these maps, you can only really spread your army out to defend. You can't spread them out and push so much because like the cliff pathing is like you have to go all the way around this way or all the way around this way kind of thing. So being able to like heal away. Then pushing towards the disruptor pumps up your army. So generally against disruptors, if you don't like going disruptors, the better play is to go for the phoenixes. Which is not too bad because it helps you get towards that air army a bit quicker. Like this guy is triple stacked, so turning my fan on is the same frequency as turning my background lights blue. So that's why they turn blue if you're wondering. So I'm gonna go. I used to have a Colossus first build. Maybe I'll still try to do that. Let's see if I can still go Colossus first. That's kind of an interesting build. Definitely gonna be a or not Colossus first, but fast Colossus. Definitely gonna be a Trouble first is what the build is called. Definitely gonna be a factory. We'll wait for the Reaper to show itself before we send our probe in. Said I need to pull that probe that early, but
Right, so maybe no. No Reaper. Go for the Sentry. I think with this, my version of the Immortal, or the Immortal first, or Robo first, whatever, is that you can get the Sentry with it. It does look like it's probably a 1 base. So we're just gonna keep producing units. This is like the old Hearted Swarm way you used to defend a 1 base. Is just like, okay, well, we're just gonna non-stop pump units. Let's go see if we can confirm the 1 base. Just see what we can come up with. What are we seeing? Mass Cyclone. Wow. I guess we could not have asked for a better opener against it. It's probably like the hardest counter you can probably do. Has James even beat us once? I think so. I think we've lost at least one time to James. And slowly and steadily we climb our way back into Masters 1. 100. Here's our statistics. So our PvP is 75%. That's pretty standard. It's my best matchup. My PvT is 43%. That's a little bit higher than my average. Usually my PvT is 35%. PvZ is 50%. Usually PvZ for me is like 60, 70%, just because of all-ins. Late game PvZ is like 30%. So I always joke around that I usually get promoted to Grandmaster off of the blood of my brethren. Because, you know, as long as I keep playing against Protosses, you know, I usually do pretty well. Even though I probably have generally a really poor PvP style. If you ask like any actual like pro player or whatever, they'd be like, oh, this is trash. Like, I kind of ride on the coattails of the fact that most Protoss players absolutely hate PvP. So um, don't let him get that fast expand.
I'm going for like one zealot. Hopefully he doesn't scout this. Unfortunate if he did. Just go for like some oracle, some light oracle pressure. Oh damn, got it. Actually, I guess instead of oracles, we'll just go for the light ray. No. Alright. Come on, get it. It's unfortunate. Kind of hoping for a little more, but definitely didn't get a little more. Probably should have just went for the oracle. No, chase a little too far. Send this guy back home. Guess we'll follow up with like a guards item model. It's pretty cheap, pretty effective, pretty quick. He could be tempted to get pretty brave and try to come at me. He's got his own void ring. We're probably boosting most of the immortals, not so much upgrades, because we're far from being ready for attacking. So we got 2, 4. So there's no point in having our upgrades be that early. So there's no need for upgrades to be that early. Okay, just need power or prism. Alright, so if he's expanded, then it's probably gonna cry. You can see how many gateways we got. It's okay to warp in a lot of sentries, purely because they do really good against shields these days. He had a really good hold. Okay, he canceled. What's this front look like? Nice thing about this is it's not actually, doesn't actually have to be an all-in. Can pull back. Maybe go for blink. Get some guys on the warp prism. Probably did force out a good amount of static defense. Make sure we don't get too much of a run by. Oh, very nice. He's got the Void Ray on defense. This guy back. Looks like he is going also for the Archon boys. Should probably start going for our own Archons. Now we have to be very careful, because we did invest quite a bit into tech. And we expanded and all that stuff, so it would not be surprising if our army supply is a bit small. So that's one reason why we really need the disruptors a bit quicker. And so we have a bunch of sentries, so we can probably go ahead and keep some good vision. Disruptors allow us to have a more efficient army with less army supply. So let's go see what his army is looking like. We'll only get like maybe 2 Colossi. Does he not have a base? I'm really curious what his army is looking like. Get some of our own Archons on here. What do we see? Don't see a whole lot. With our minerals, just keep warping in gateways. I have this guy follow here. I think he saw the disruptors. Do we see disruptors from him? I think that's the most important thing. If I see like anything that looks like a disruptor, no. I feel like if I don't see disruptors, I really should just push my advantage. A couple more disruptors, you know. It's not really stopping me from taking expansions, so we'll just take them. Hopefully his army supply is larger than ours. Otherwise that'd be a bit of a yikes. Set up a staging area here. more of a yikes for him. We are approaching max. Sure, macro is all up to snuff. He could be going for carriers and stuff. So, just in case, we'll just make sure that we have that ability. What's that army looking like? Where is this guy? I guess I didn't really get a chance to look at that army. What are we seeing? He's got to be going for carriers, right? Heck, it's good. I'm not the greatest at carrier versus carrier battles. But I do know I have the upgrade advantage. Or the economy advantage. I'm gonna put 2 in each gas over here because we want to still have a decent amount of minerals. I mean, still, yeah, still have a good amount of minerals. Same thing, we're only gonna put 2 in each gas here. We have technically more bases than we can do anything with. Let's see. We'll take these out of the army, these out of the army, out of the army, this out of the army. These all back here. Got these guys over here, be like a little run by. Want to trade these guys out. We'll go with like 3 more gateways. Have a decent amount. So we can put Remax. So his only chance of really winning is for me to overextend and be a little bit greedy. I can overextend as long as I have the economy to remax with. Let's see if we can click on that nexus. Make that mothership. Did take out that. So he might try to come over here. What? This. Oh no. Did we lose a little bit too much? No. Oh man. Okay, I lost the game. That was kind of my fault. We had such a massive advantage, but we accidentally. Um, I should have recalled my army to the top. Because if we could have just defended, well, like the army was just in a bad position. Just needed to recall my army to the top, and we would have been able to win. So because that was pretty much his only chance. After we took out that base, we were just way up. We're up way too many bases. That's kind of our game to lose, and that was pretty much the only way to lose it. Just way out of position. Excuse me. Unfortunate. Oh man, and I chrono boosted too early. Too busy thinking about that last game. And I'm thinking about this game. Main reason I'm not really doing too much replay analysis is I just don't have a whole lot of time to play StarCraft. Like the only time I play is in these streams, so like once a week. I just want to just hit the next game. I do the replay analysis in my mind during the next game, where I'm just thinking about that last game. What a trouble. I always mess this up. I feel like I always mess this up. Alright. PVZ. How do I wanna handle PVZ? I guess like I guess I'll just practice the hero style, but that's style I like the most. Oh, he's gonna get there, huh? Oh, he's greedy. Let's free Overlord, guys. Ooh, I actually didn't mess it up this time. So he didn't see this, so could be pretty good for us. He is likely to think that it is Twilight, because it really opens up Stalker into Stargate. The answer is the Gavaku Thomas. Some Mainer boys coming. Oh man. We should just defend. Because he already sacrificed so much to do this. We really don't need to really make much harder. Not a very good version of hero style, but I don't see much in the way of a evolution chain there. Unable to get any useful information. Supply block. I don't know where that's at. We should be in a pretty good position because I feel like the is too far behind macro wise. No. You never know. Lurkers are a really good unit, so. There could be a chance. It's kind of scary. Hydras are so good. Yes, I'm sorry he just wasn't able to just A move. So, imagine he just didn't, like his race is pretty strong. It's not like it's that easy for me to defend. Damn. So generally, the question is like, um, why does he think he deserved to win that game, right? Like, did he do any significant damage to me early on? Did he put himself behind macro wise? Did I put myself behind macro wise? Like, if you look at like the context of what happened that game, like he opened up uh trying to do like some sort of Zerg lane Bane lane, like heavy Zerg lane Bane lane kind of push. Maybe a bust. But I was able to defend. So he could be angry that because I opened up Stalker into Stargate, he misread the situation and thought I was opening up with Twilight. In which case, if I did Twilight Adept, he probably could have crushed my third base, right? And then, so since he was behind, so maybe that could be why he's upset. And then, so he was behind macro wise because he misread the situation. Then he expected to just basically A move me with Hydra Bane Zergling, Hydra Bane, while being technically behind macro wise. So I think like the final push really isn't an excuse to be upset, because ideally if you are behind macro wise, then you shouldn't really be able to win. Like your win timing, your window to win is pretty low, like you can still come back in the game with like harassment, banelings in the middle line, stuff like that, but to be able to follow up with a two base with an all-in less macro for a longer time, and then is it warranted that he misread the situation because I opened up Stalker into Stargate instead of Adept in Stargate? Is that a valid argument? No, probably not. Alright, so in this situation, You always want to make the forge right away. And then we cut at 16 here like this. Go ahead and take gas, gas. Right, and then we can go like this and head out on the map. Right. So this way we can make our cannons faster. Nice. Right, now we can start taking our gas to try and get a tech lead. Let me go ahead and grab the shield battery. We should be pretty much invulnerable. Now, I think we need to make sure we do is GG. Keep our probes alive to eventually take an expansion. We have a gas lead, so we can do whatever. Oh man, I'm glad we didn't lose that one. That would have been a healthy chunk of MMR. But we got the bar half filled in 4 hours, you know? So it may be slow, but we're definitely either improving or we're hitting people that we're just strong against. Maybe a little bit of both. For me, it's always hard to feel like I'm improving because I don't feel like I'm playing really any different in between games. So to you guys, it could look like I'm playing better, but I never feel like I'm playing better. I always feel like I'm playing the exact same, whether I win or lose. Hopefully this was Terran. Right. This guy, the way he plays is very suspect. Alright, so I'm going to open up Robo first again. See if I can remember my Robo first build. I designed my Robo first build to be a build that I could hand off to weaker players. But I thought about like, how can I get a build that's generally safe against almost everything? And we can try and see if I can remember the build. But it's like, you know, trying to remember it more. It's like Robo into Forge. Eventually we get a cannon to defend the Widowmine drop and all that stuff. Double gas. It does have the added benefit of being a bit stronger against nope, get out of here. Like cyclone pushes. Grip probe. Grab this guy before he messes up my double stacks. Just guarding the probes. Look at this thing. I should probably actually put the pylon closer into this build so I have better coverage for the. I always shade over here when this guy's almost about to pop up, so you're not too in trouble.
Then the sentry. Oh, we got him. And I want to get the observer, I think. I go for +1, and then cannon. This. Bring him over here. Technically, I don't need to whatever it is. Yeah, it should have been a pylon before the gas, but he missed the thing. That's good for us. What do we see over here? Kind of an interesting build from him. I think I have a pylon coming, right? Yeah, we did. We're interested in this expansion. Save some money for that. One more of these guys. Go ahead and grab Colossi. Come in. A couple. If we can get this. Go for armor. That's gonna have a lot of money. Pretty expensive build. Oh, let's see his army over here. He hasn't moved out quite yet. Now we want to get up our. Once we get the 3 bases, we really want to beef up our. Well, at least a 6. Then if he's coming out. That's why we go force fields. Force fields protect the colossi. He didn't. Have I not been producing probes out of this nexus all the time? So that's kind of crazy. He should have disabled the colossi, but he chose not to. I like to go storm. Get blink. Gases. See where his army is. We don't need stalkers just yet, so it should be pretty good. Ideally, he would be trying to drop me right now. I think higher levels parents would go for that. His army is quite small. His expansion is late. His expansion is late enough where it kind of almost seems like expanding was never part of his plan. So that's a bit interesting. Go, pop. Get some energy for charge. Go up to 8 gateways. You always want to get some to 8 gateways eventually. gearing to it. We're getting ready to attack. He's not very droppy. I wonder, what was his MMR? MMR probably wasn't too high. But I do fight against, I have fought against high MMR, higher MMR players like Masters 1, but also don't drop a lot, so I'll go with like 2 last, let's go up to 10 gateways. I feel like I want to have at least some kind of drop defense. Here, we're working a couple backup dudes in case we need them. Does he even have the tower? He doesn't. Couple more backup dudes. Get that second robo. Oh man. Can we not run away? Oof. The downside to Protoss is unable to run away. Just gonna get back. Go for the disruptors. This guy going. Slowly, maybe going to like some carriers. Max on crap units. Or at least 3. Archons are usually pretty good. I have at least 3 Archons are pretty good. Just keep on expanding. Also want to eventually go into DTs like bus, planetary fortresses. Oh yeah, that fight we took was pretty horrible. It's really hard to take good fights against Terran. Especially when he's got like Vikings. Didn't have much anti-air. That's kinda our bad. A couple emergency High Templars. We'll go and try and pressure. I hate when they scan like that. He could be seeing if he could be trying to sneak away over for us. His army's over here. Yep. He is trying to do this little stupid thing. It plays by itself. I forgot. Structure. Uh, I'll trade you. I'll get rid of the disruptors if you get rid of the ghosts. Alright, we'll play one last game. Then I'm pretty burnt out for the night. Oh boy. I definitely feel like I'm not playing too well. You could say the guy is 100 or 150, 200 MMR below me. 250 MMR below me. Thinking the game should be easier. Usually when someone's tilted like that, it's always fun to like do a all in or something. Kind of do like a proxy, like proxy double robo, or try like proxy void rayum or something. You have to make sure it's like something you know how to do and it's well practiced. Because, you know, if you do try to add more fuel to the fire but you lose, it's a little shameful. So I think like the only thing I can do really is maybe do like disruptor drop or maybe immortal charge that thing. Let's do patrol so I don't have to worry about it. It'll be a little bit more optimal. Oh shit. We didn't send the Reaper straight here. We did forget to start the Stalker. Disruptor drop is a strategy that could just accidentally auto resist the game. Get the Stalker here so we can guard both sides. Have a little eye on this. I don't have the full disruptor drop strategy memorized, like transitions and all that. But so maybe we can pull it off. Maybe go up to at least 2 gateways and not die. We'll go down this path. so we can see if any bullshit is coming our way. Any bullshit that we should be afraid of. Right. So we do gotta be a little bit careful. Mhm. Might have to go into VC. It's unfortunate he saw the destructive trap. Right, it's a nice win to leave on. I was kind of hoping, every stream I hope to get to Masters 1, but hey, you know, we're getting there. We're only about 200 MMR short of Grandmaster whenever it comes out. Oh, Grandmaster's already out, huh? Right. Canadian need, huh? So, Contender and technically we have plenty of MMR to get in the Grandmaster if this is how low it is, but remember our goal, Grandmaster last season was 482 something. 425, 430, something like that. So my goal is 48, 25 to 40, 30, something like that. So hopefully we can get there. It's taking a little longer than expected. There's 200 MMR to go, guys. 200, 100 more MMR, like a little less than 100 MMR to Masters 1, and another 100 MMR to Grandmaster. Alright, tune in next time. Will we get Masters 1? Will we not? We have to wait and see. But hopefully some of these games are more instructive. Like, I've kind of, you know, commentate a little less, and I guess a little less of the teaching. But hopefully I'm still able to provide like some commentary that's kind of useful. Hopefully you can kind of see like the mindset. Like the most important part of improving on the ladder is having a good mindset, a good positive mindset. Like, don't let things bother you. If certain things do bother you, go ahead. You can talk it out. You can voice it out. But then after it leaves your lips, you know, it's got to be gone from your mind, right? Like I might be a little upset that I lost like 20 million probes last game or something to like Widow Mines or a 2 Cyclone drop. You know, I reflect on it. I think what I can do better. I might say like, oh yeah, this sucks or whatever. And then after the next game, it's out of my mind. I don't think about it anymore. I don't care about it. All I care about is what I could have done better next time. And then when next time happens, you know, hopefully I'm prepared for it. And I kind of hope to play against the same person again. Like, man, I hope they do that shit again. You know, I wanna it feels so good to be able to overcome something that you lost to previously. You know, it's like lately I've been losing a lot to this Blue Flame Hellion mech push. I want to play against it more. I don't care if I lose 20 games in a row. I don't care if I lose 2, 4, 1,000 MMR trying to beat that build. Because every time I lose against a build, anytime you lose against a build, whenever you beat it, it just feels so much better. You know, it just feels so much better. It feels so good. To overcome it, and then once you overcome like that one build, you're gonna fly back up to your normal MMR. You know, like you are X MMR, you know, 4.3k, 3.2k, whatever it is. You're that MMR against the whatever most people are playing against, right? So if you are struggling against certain types of builds and your MMR goes lower, it doesn't matter. You'll always get back to that MMR that you're normally at, and if you can overcome those builds that give you a hard time, that's when your MMR increases, because now you're still, you know, 3.2k against everything else, but maybe you're like 3.4k against this bullshit, right? And now your average MMR is like 3.3k. Because one thing you got to think about is your MMR isn't is your average skill across all of the stuff you do, right? So like typically my MMR against Protoss, right, is much higher than my MMR against Terran. And my MMR against Zerg is a little bit higher, right? So like when we look at my MMR at 4.6k, what does that really mean? Like you can say like you know, maybe my MMR against Protoss is 4.8k, right? So if I played at 4.8k, maybe my Protoss win percent would be more 50%, right? Looks like my Protoss versus Terran MMR is 4.6k, right? Because I'm about 50% at that. So my Protoss versus Terran MMR is, you know, if it was lower than 50%, then maybe my Protoss versus Terran MMR would be like 4.5k, 4.55k, you know? Like maybe my Protoss versus Zerg is maybe sitting at 465, maybe 467, right? Based on these win percentages. That's how you should think about your MMR. So like, and then also your MMR is different based on your build orders. Build orders that you're more practiced and well versed in, that you have better game knowledge and you execute well. Your execution of that is at a higher MMR than a build order that you don't have as well refined or you're not as comfortable playing, right? And you can kind of select those. You kind of select those. You know, like if I'm playing against a strong Protoss player, I'm gonna play my highest MMR or strongest build against them because that'll give me the best chance to win against them. If I'm playing against a weaker Protoss player, you know, if I'm playing against a 4.6k player, maybe I'll choose a build order that I'm decently well versed in, but I'm trying to get better at. If I'm playing against a 4.3k player, maybe I'll play like a little bit worse build order. That's more of a 4.3k to get a little bit better at or something. The downside of doing that is, well, you'll lose half your games against 4.3k players, and your MMR might tank because of that. Because you're losing like 30 points, right? And you're losing to weaker players more than you're beating stronger players. That could be the case, but that shouldn't bother you because if all you care about is getting better, because what like doesn't matter who you play against, right? You can play against worse players and you can still practice executing your build order perfectly. You can still practice microing against them. You can still practice everything, or you still practice a lot of things. And you know, once you get more refined, more optimized, your build orders are more crisp, less supply blocks, less flaws, you know, maybe less greedy. Like you're not dropping too much tech at once, leaving yourself with giant vulnerabilities for a brief period of time in which if anyone like sneezed on you, you would die. You know, once those start coalescing, right, then you'll start seeing the rewards. Those you'll start like hitting a lot more wins, right? And we can kind of see like that happen to me, right? So like the last few streams, I struggling
you know, I'm hitting these loss streaks, whatever. Like I'm dipping back below 4 point, or dipping that back below Masters 3 MMR. But then, you know, like I'm practicing, you know, I'm trying to get my mechanics better. I'm trying to make my build orders more refined. You know, I'm kind of adapting, saying, okay, next time I try this, try this, right? And I'm not focusing on what my MMR is. My goal, you know, I always say, like, my goal is 4.8K. I'm going to get there. But I'm not trying to get there tonight. I'm not trying to get there yesterday. I'm not trying to get there tomorrow. I'm trying to get there when I can get there. And as I, you know, start practicing and as my mistakes become smaller, we're starting to hit like larger win areas, you know, larger win areas, and all of a sudden, like, you know, pretty much in the last couple hours, we won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We won 12 out of the last 14 games, you know. Um, then out of these ones, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we were at about 50% here, right? We're about 50% here. So we're like 50% barely climb up the ladder. Then all of a sudden, you know, like the hands maybe warmed up a little bit better, or we just started hitting people who, you know, they're not horrible, right? Like, um, these guys, you know, we started hitting some 4.3K players, but, you know, we weren't too far above them. We were down here. We were in the Masters 3 MMR probably at some point during today, right? Like we went up, we went down, we went up. And this can happen, right? In one day, you know, if you finally hit, like, you know, that threshold where it's like it all makes sense now. My builders are crisp. My execution is a lot better. My micro, you know, I'm micro just a little bit better. You know, like just being a little bit better is how you get like these massive win streaks. It pushes your MMR straight up. Maybe next week if I get it. Maybe hopefully I get another chance to play this weekend. If not, next week, you know, I'll be teetering around 50% here, and then towards the end of the stream we'll maybe hit another chunk. Maybe I'll drop back down. It doesn't matter. Like I will get back up here, right? And I will get ahead. And the main reason why I'm confident in that is because I just, you know, focus on just trying to make sure my builder is better. You know, even when I'm doing the builder, I'm like, oh man, I can't afford that. Like, I think even in one of the previous games where I took a third gas before the pylon, I'm just like, I can't afford that. Like, I'm supply block now. I should have gone for the pylon before the gas. So next time I play, I'm doing the same build order, but I'm going pylon before the gas, you know, and then also I'm not supply block, and then I get the gas, you know. Maybe I get a tech too early, I can't afford it. Like, okay, well, I don't need that tech. Maybe I'll go and get the sentry first, and then I'll drop the twilight or something like that, right? We make kind of these micro adjustments, and that's kind of really the main thing I'm bringing from the previous game to the next game or whatever. And it's like, I'm not looking at the whole game, and I'm just saying like, okay, well, the main thing that I want to focus on for next time is making the pylon before the third gas, right? Be in the same spot. And then once I do that, then I'll worry about the next thing. I'm not gonna worry about every single little thing that happened. I might worry about a couple things. Okay, like pylon for the gas and watch the mini back more so I don't get obliterated by like a doom drop or a widowmine drop, right? Just keep what you want to improve manageable, small. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't try to improve everything at once, because each time you improve a little bit, that adds up, and it'll make huge waves. You'll see like improvements really quick. And even though like the gameplay isn't maybe like the highest quality right now, and my instructions aren't like the highest quality, and my commentary is not the highest quality right now, but hopefully you can kind of like see generally, if you've been on this journey with me, that like all we're doing is making a little bit more micro adjustments. Like I don't even notice if I'm playing better between games. You might not even notice that I'm playing better between games, but the MMR is increasing, right? It's eventually increasing. It means like these small little micro adjustments, these small little optimizations, these small little maybe like switches and build order a little bit, like different units, like, you know, like going for the adepts, you know, going for 2 adepts instead of 2 stalkers. That gives me 25 more gas and
maybe 50 more minerals. Damn, I'm so tired. And 50 more minerals. Well, if I had 25 more gas and 50 more minerals, I can actually afford that pylon a little bit faster. If I afford that pylon a little bit faster, I actually won't get supply blocked at all, like at the 5 minute mark. But because I'm opening up double stalker, that's putting everything 50 minutes slower, and 50 minerals slower at 5 minutes of the game is the reason why I'm being supply blocked. All right, because like everything's been shifted, and it can't afford to be shifted. So it's some stuff to think about. So hopefully, at least in these end of stream heart to heart moments that I have with you guys, our little like summary of the day is the most meaningful and can kind of help you improve. I definitely appreciate you guys watching and hanging out with me. I definitely hope this can help you, because this could be the last time I play StarCraft, right? Like, I'll probably just go on to Stormgate. So this is kind of like the summation of all my experience and legacy in StarCraft. Then I'm just kind of getting out in one kind of last hurrah to try and help whoever is left trying to get better at StarCraft, which is probably you if you're watching this video or this playlist. And if you sat through like these 4 to 6 to 2 hour streams of me struggling to climb up the ladder, hopefully you can relate to it. And it doesn't matter, even though I'm playing at Master 2, you could be Diamond 2. It's all the same. It feels the same, and it is the same. It's just at a different spot on the ladder. Like how I'm struggling the same way you're struggling. It's just maybe my mechanics are a little bit better, but it doesn't matter because it's generally the same thing, right? And those improvements will come as long as you make it obtainable. And sometimes you need to take a break. Like, I generally enjoy playing StarCraft more not streaming, because like when I'm not streaming, I'll play like 1 or 2 games and I'll go for like a walk. I'll turn on an anime. I'll watch like a 30-minute episode of like right now I was kind of watching Shield Hero, or Rising of Shield Hero, and that anime makes you cry a little bit. But I'll watch like some chess stream, or I watch like a couple games of chess by like Hikaru or something, and then I'll kind of refresh and I'll get into the next game. I'll play 1 or 2 more games or 3 games. Then I'll take a break and I'll watch another YouTube video, or I'll check out someone else's stream. I'll hang out in like Hubsaya's chat or something. It's just kind of like refresh, and then to calm down if I'm tilted or something, and I'll play a couple more. Right? Normally, like when I was younger, I liked playing back to back more, but I usually don't play back to back as much. And you don't have to either, right? Don't force yourself to play in a way. Don't force yourself to play when you're not ready, because when you play tilted, maybe you make some bad habits, you make some mistakes, and then you get tilted more. It's that downward spiral. Just have fun. You're like, I lost the game, whatever. Even though you might not mean it, force yourself to say it. Be like, yeah, he enjoyed. Like, it was my mistake. He deserved the win. Whatever. Even if you don't mean it, if you don't think they deserve it, whatever, just say that. Eventually, when you start to believe it, or when you start to like make your disbelief of it more subconscious than conscious, you will start tearing down like these mental blocks, these mental walls that kind of prevent you from improving. Because the game is not perfectly balanced. There are things about it that is just unfair, but that shouldn't be what stops you from improving. Like, you might have to play better than your opponents because maybe your race is not good, whether it's Terran or maybe your play style is not good. And like the way I like to play is a little bit beyond what I'm capable of, but I just enjoy those styles. Like, some of the styles I play are very fragile. Like my 2 base blink against Zerg is very fragile. And sometimes I like to play builds that I just don't know how to do very well. Just because it's fun to wing it. But when I do those things, you know, like in my mind, I've accepted, like, okay, I'm opening up the Blaze Blink all in against Zerg. I cannot expect to win. Okay, I can only expect to do the best I can, and if the Zerg player knows how to defend it, he should win every single time, right? And then from there, I can start saying like, okay, well, and like I was saying in the previous streams, like, what can I scout? How do I know that my opponent knows how to defend, right? And we kind of went through that with like the two base robo charge all in. Like, as we got into the Master League, if I see the opponent has like almost no drones at their third base, then I'm not going to attack them because chances are they know how to defend, right? And in the event that they don't, and somehow they supply block the shit out of themselves, maybe it's too risky to call that bluff, right? Maybe I try to find something else to like look at, um, uh, and I'll just pull back and expand, right? So even if like your build is fragile in some ways, you can still compensate for it. All right, I'm gonna pass out talking to you guys. I really appreciate hanging out with you guys. Thank you so much. You have a great night. And maybe next time we'll be Masters 1 or we'll be Masters 3. Right? There's the only two possibilities next stream. It's either we get Masters 1 or Masters 3. We either lose everything